always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back,
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are returning to London in Amnesia, a machine for pigs. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers and congratulate Viewers for being the first. Unfortunately, it seems that I am facing some connectivity issues. Haven't had those in a while, but hey, what is a stream without technical problems? Well, not a headache for the streamer. That is what it is. But, as they say, it's it, and that's that. So, let's see if my internet will be able to survive our stream, even though I don't think there's a lot remaining of the game, but I will have to keep an eye on the dropped frames. Just one of them. The other one will be on the game. So, while I give my router a moment to gather itself, let's see where we were. Now, as you might remember, we are playing through this game to gather all of the notes in it for the last part of a rather lengthy trophy. We were tasked with collecting every note in all 3 of the Amnesia games in the collection. Now, originally, I gathered 42 out of the 44 notes in the Dark Descent, but while I was replaying it and collecting all of the tinderboxes, I also picked up all of the notes with the 2 missing ones included. Oh, welcome in, Zeph. How are you doing? Pooped my... Goodness. I will have to add a boop to this scene as well, right? This was my boop-free zone. But apparently people don't care. Here, have a boop. I feel like it's a bit oversized, but here you go. A boop. A ginormous boop. I'm on my way to work, but I hope your work will go wonderfully. No boop-free zone, but this was supposed to be a boop-free zone. Big boop, indeed it is a mighty big boop. It's just kind of pushing my head away. I'm not quick enough for this. I'm old. Hey, don't bring the tentacle into it. The tentacle has nothing to do with this. Except if you are booping me with a tentacle. In which case, Now enough with this booping. Bigger boop is shorter. We have to make meat and meat. Or rather, ends meet. The tentacle wants to boop too. Oh, really? Do tell. So, where was I? Oh, yes. So, in the first game, I collected all of the notes. in its DLC Justin, because I had to play through it so many times to get all the 3 endings. I managed to get all 9 of them. And in a Machine for Pigs, during my initial playthrough, I gathered 39 out of the 44 notes. So we need to find those 5 missing notes. Now, right now, if I'm not mistaken, we are at 38 notes out of the 44. We're only missing 6. And that is wonderful. Reminds me of Little Nightmares. And it seems my internet decided to stabilize itself. I'm the only unstable element in this stream. Are you doing math again? It's not much of a doing math thing. It was just me reading from my trusty notes, which you can't see. But they are right here. I can cheat, and no one will notice. I just realized that a VTuber can literally cover everything with notes, and you will not know a thing. They will just seem super smart. Time to add some notes to my desk. On top of the piles of notes I already have. I don't have much space on my desk. So, let's do this. Go to the game and see what we are up against. So we only have 3 areas left. The pig line sounds exciting, and then Tesla 1 and 2. Again, I think these names were given by the community rather than the developers, so they might not be official. Let me get my controller. I've been charging it for the occasion. Come on! Come! It got a bit stuck. Don't worry about it. So, in theory, if we manage to find these last 6 missing notes, we will get a shiny trophy, most likely a gold one. And I am looking forward to it. But while we wait on the game to load, please tell me, how are you doing today? Other than, well, going to work and on the way breaking my window and attempting to do the same with my face, except I can dodge. Not much, but just enough. I can do the cool kind of dodging when I'm just leaning to the side. Alright, let's continue. Now, as I mentioned it many times during my previous streams of this game, why collecting notes in a Machine for Pigs is so unnerving is because you cannot go back. If you enter a new area, that's it. There's no going back. There is no way to manually save. You only have the autosave. So maybe you could back up autosaves, but that would be more doable on PC. The other thing is, even within areas, the game likes to block you, which is also a bit unnerving, because you never know where the script line is. Played some Minecraft. Ooh, did you build something? Or you're more into the survival aspect of the game? Okay, so we are in the elevator. And we are looking for notes. Now, so far, the notes we found, I want to say that I found most of them during my first playthrough. Maybe one or two were notes that I don't remember reading before, and that would mean that I missed a lot in this area. Build a public toilet. Interesting choice for a build, but rather useful. Is it free or is it paid? And once again, we can magically open only one of the cabinet doors. Ooh, shirts. And I have no clue what that is. And here we are, in the middle, the heart of the machinery, the pig line. Look at it. Well, it shows people working, but as we know, there are no people here. Is that a person with a saw just cutting through a pig? Wow. That's visceral. Well, I don't really see any notes here, so onward we go. I said onward we go. Okay, we can go left or right, already with the choices. Is there something in there? I will get in there if there's a note. I came this far. I will not be stopped. That trophy will be mine. Why is it so darn dark here? There is going to be a long street that connects two towns on the server, so I kind of built a checkpoint on the way there. Oh, that's a rather interesting idea. So all the travelers can take a respite there. I never really played on a particularly large Minecraft server, but seeing two entire towns or cities must be quite nice. The Iron Butler. I'm not sure what's happening in there, but I think nothing good. Ooh, there's a bit of a roasting station there. What's that? The Iron Butler, okay. Now here's the problem. It's so dark here that I can't even see the wall. Go that way. Well, thank you. And the problem with that is, if there is a door somewhere along the wall, I will not notice it. So I have to be extra careful. But I don't think there is one. No, I understand that this is a really noisy contraption, and it's nice to have some music for the workers, but why the classical music? It has two trash cans, one recycling bin for biodegradables and another one that burns the trash. You made a trash can specifically for recycling in Minecraft. That server is tidier than most real-life cities. And I added scribbles to the toilet stall wall. That's realistic. That would be fun if people could put up signs with random messages. All the advertisements for a good time. Yes, go there, I understand, I have to look around. I can't even hear my own thoughts, but that will not stop me. Aha! A note! I have to mark it down. No machine blades for Fatty Bishop and Gluttony Harris. No. Prime cuts. All for the sorting bins and the very best. As always, back in the dumbwaiter to the kitchens above. To be stewed and plumbed and gravied and breadcrumbed and return to the table for the next night's feast. And not every night, you see, although we have begun to increase the frequency of the final act. They can! Lovely idea. It has a diaper changing station too. Are there kids in Minecraft? Or is it just a realistic touch? I mean, I do think villagers have a child form, even though I never really understood how that system worked. So, this note, I don't think I found this before. It's about the parties that they held in the mansion of the protagonist, Mendes, and this is about how he invited the rich, wealthy and powerful, got them intoxicated, as we saw with the abundant glasses and bottles of wine strewn around the estate. And then they were taken through secret entrances to the factory and processed like pigs. No, it's just for realism, I see. True, villager kids exist, you see. Or if you have a pet pig, you could. I mean, I think there was some update about new small animals added to Minecraft, something like that. I know the tagline was something about cuteness, but I haven't played Minecraft in a long time, so I don't know. It's the Amiibo server. Barry does Minecraft streams on there too. Oh, I see. That's rather nice. I will have to check out one of the streams to see the server. So here it describes how the meat is then used for the cooking and then served to the next guests, who will one day become the feast for the next party, which is quite an idea. Unlike the poor, the rich will be missed given time. That's also interesting. Mendes talked about this before, how he would kidnap beggars and homeless people of the streets and kids, and no one really noticed. In a way, he felt like that society thanks him for doing such. But I think those people were used in experiments to create the pigmen. The rich, on the other hand, he invited because he dislikes the rich as well. He thinks that pretty much every human being is undeserving and unworthy in a way, because they will cause a great war and kill each other. But we will continue to spoil and ready them, and our fine foods are now exported to mansions and lodges across London. Now that's interesting, because if he sends the food that is created from human meat to other mansions, he can't kidnap those people. But he mentions spoiling and fattening them in a way. So maybe it wasn't one party for one guest. Maybe they invited the same people over and over again, and after a while they disappeared, so it didn't draw that much attention. Yes, I saw the baby animal update, but I think the server isn't updated yet. Oh, what kind of baby animals did they add? I know that there were baby pigs and cows, sheep. I think most animals had a baby form. I'm not sure about wolf or cats. Maybe those didn't. No, I think even wolves had. Where was I? And it has been noted in the times of late, who rather overweight the great and the good are becoming, with their diets of fine wine and rich meat. Indeed, in Punch, just last week, a cartoon showed Viscount Selwyn as a stuffed pig laid upon a platter for his peers to dine upon. A vicious and cowardly slender, no doubt. That's interesting. So he kind of created this exclusive experience for the rich with these feasts and these overly tasty meals. I would assume how it is said that they are stewed and plumbed and gravied and breadcrumbed, so they are a bit over the top, and so the people got used to it in a way. They got the taste for it and they wanted to eat more and more, and he sent the food to other places, other mansions and lodges across the whole of London, so the rich elite would eat it everywhere. Now it was obviously rather unique in a way that I guess he had rather good shapes, but also I think that's not shapes but shapes, but also because it was human meat, I'm assuming, though I don't think all of it was human meat, because if the fattening process took multiple feasts, he couldn't get enough meat of the people he killed. ultimately, at least I would assume, because the dishes are mostly described as meat with wine, so it wasn't just a small amount of really tasty human meat and then some vegetables on the side. That wasn't the idea. And I guess the ultimate plan was that even the people who ate these dishes elsewhere, they would be invited to the mansion or the house of Mendes, and then be cut down like the pigs they are, as I guess Mendes would look at them. I only saw a post about it, I think most. Yes, I would have to look into it, what they exactly added. I put some screenshots of the build on Discord, thank you, but I didn't make any picture of the stall yet. Well, when you finish it, or if it's already finished, well, maybe wait for some people to add their handiwork to the wall and then make a few screenshots. But this is interesting how Mendes' scheme actually affected the entire rich class, and society took notice of it. How this cartoon showed one of the, I'm assuming, rich as a stuffed pig, and then obviously Mendes' rather dark remark how this person was laid upon a platter for his peers to dine upon, a vicious and cowardly slender, no doubt, but he tasted delicious. So it's really interesting how he calls the cartoon kind of grotesque, vicious, but he actually does it in real life, and kind of admits that indeed this person, who apparently died since, was indeed delicious. I think I missed this note, but it adds quite a lot to this storyline, because throughout the game we hear about these parties. We obviously see the mention in the beginning of the game, but most of the notes, especially after we leave the mansion, are discussing details about the experiments, about how he kidnapped poor people, how he created the pigman, and how this compound X worked. But it seems here we kind of return to this idea of what he planned for the rich, and it shows that he wasn't just killing the poor. That wasn't his idea, because even though he, I think at least, called the poor filthy on the streets and all that, but he also described quite disturbingly how the rich behaved on the parties and what they were doing and how they were eating, and obviously comparing them to pigs, as Mendes does with pretty much anyone. Alright, but I think we also have a door here that I missed, but apparently that's closed. So indeed, this is kind of out of the way. Even the finger is pointing the other way. It's like, go to the right. But no, it will not trick me. Also, these are rather interesting lamps. I'm sure the developers looked into what kind of a lamp design existed back then, or maybe they took some creative liberties here and there, but they are rather unique looking. Okay, enough of the deafening noise. Ooh, we have a ladder. No, thank you. I will look around first. Is there somewhere I can go, perhaps? Oh, I know. This is the place with the pig. I know. That doesn't narrow it down one bit, but this is indeed the place with the pig. One of the many.
Will they be free?
Yes, my friend. Drained and bled and freed from the prison of the flesh. Free to ascend as smoke to the stars.
And the good? The worthy? How will we save them?
Show me these worthy, Mandus. Show me these good. I do not see them.
This is interesting because we hear these conversations that took place among Mendes and I would think the orb, and we already heard how the orb kind of convinced Mendes to kill his own children, and here we kind of hear the same idea, but with everyone living at least in London, how they will be freed from a prison of flesh. They will be bled, they will be burnt and ascend to the stars as smoke. And it's a really dark idea. However, I do appreciate in it that it has some logical sense. It sounds like a belief system in a way, something you would hear in a cult. And it's also really clever how Mendes here, being a bit hesitant about all this, asks about the good people, the worthy, because right, we have all the unworthy, lowlife, we just kill and burn them, that's fine, right? That's how Mendes thinks. But well, what about the good people? So there's a good group, right? And the orb says pretty much that there are no good people. And again, it's this clever manipulation that instead of straight out saying that there are no good people, everyone will die, instead it reasons by saying that he or it's not seeing these good people because all the people are bad in one or another way. A bit like how Mendes killed the poor and the rich, maybe for different reasons, maybe through different methods, but at the same time he didn't hesitate to kill either. And then the orb asks, instead of answering the question, where are these good people, right? So it presents the world as filthy and rotten to Mendes, and then asks him to point at these good people. And so Mendes is led to believe that there are no good people. It's a bit how he lost faith in his religion because his wife died. So here he kind of lost all hope for humanity because of the vision he saw, because of his own experiences in his life, and the influence that the orb had on him. And so he kind of convinces himself that, well, the bad people will die, and he agrees with that. The good people might not need to die, but there are no good people, so he doesn't have to worry about what would happen to them, because they don't exist. And that's, from a writing standpoint, that is rather clever. If you take this concept and imagine that it can happen in real life, which it does, that's more concerning, because this is how someone with charm, with charisma, with a promise of some better world, and overall someone who presents themselves as this savior, can make people believe in rather terrible things and follow them. Now here this character is the orb, and this half of Mendes that is just out to kill. But it's definitely something that happens in real life too, on smaller or larger scales, and this game shows this, I don't want to say accurately, but cleverly, in a way that it makes the players think about it. It makes you curious, and it really has a thought-provoking element, at least how I see it. I too lost hope in humanity. Didn't need an orb for that. Well, look, this game takes place, I do believe, in 1899. I don't know when you lost hope in humanity, let's say sometime during the 2000s. I'm not sure what it is with the turn of centuries or millennia that has this effect, but things changed. Mendes needed an orb, you didn't. that could mean that the world got worse. It could also mean that you just don't need help like Mendes. You are such an independent person that you don't need anyone to tell you that the world is shit. You can recognize that yourself. So true. The problem is, this is a fictional game, right? And I'm talking about the writing of it, and people are agreeing with me, but talking about the real world. And that is deeply unsettling and concerning on so many levels. It's called having eyes. Yes, eyes can be really, really useful. One thing that I learned from playing games is reading is also extremely useful, because the thing is, there were a number of challenges that I tried to do and I couldn't, and when I finally decided to read the challenge again, I realized, well, I might have misread it the first time around. So eyes are definitely useful. But fanfic writers might call those orbs. Yes. Yes, and I'm not sure if you are aware just how brilliant that remark is. Because indeed in writing you can refer to eyes as orbs. So that is 100% true, and I love that. I absolutely love it. And in a way, even in this game, the writers could have made that reference. But then again, the orb wasn't mentioned many times. I think it mentioned it at least once, but not many times. It's often called a stone egg, which I'm still confused about. I am aware, because you are smart and because you read a lot. But I absolutely love that. That was a really, really smart response. So much so I will drink to that. Now, here we might die, but the thing is, as I described earlier, I would rather die in this game than to start all over again. So let's look around. Nothing can close here, that's why I came up. The spark plug. There's only one. Okay, so here we are. Wherever here is. And I guess there's a pig around because my lamp is losing its shit. Yeah, there's the piggy. And we have a lamp. Now I'm assuming I will have to shine this lamp onto this container filled with compound X, which will then blow up. But for the time being, I will not do that. Rather, I will look around, because I think that will help us with progressing further in the story, and I don't want to do that. Welcome in, Schmoozer. Big Line Central Operations. Ooh. I don't know why, but Pig Line kind of sounds silly to me. The Tripery. I think I looked up that word and it was kind of a marketplace for scraps. But don't quote me on that. Now I want to figure out just where I need to go exactly, because there are a number of tunnels here and they kind of lead nowhere. But I mean, they lead to closed doors. Mendes Processing Company. Ooh. This logo, I don't know why, but it kind of reminds me of the company logos in Oddworld. Especially the Mogog's Cartel's logo. But I don't know why. Maybe because of the writing around. It is on the left and right, not on the top and bottom like with most seals and logos, and so maybe that is the thing that makes me remember that. So I can go there. If I blow up the container, that will flood something, and I don't really want that, because there might be something there that I need to check. So let's go around. What's this? Coolant tanks. Sure. What are we cooling? Can I go there? No. Why is there a gap there? That's unsafe. That is really unsafe. Oh, these are the... Wait, if these are the tanks, why is there water beneath? Are they leaking? That's no... They are indeed leaking. That's no good. Wait, this place is much bigger than I thought. Okay, I wrote something. Well, Mendes did. So let's see. I haven't checked these in quite a while. Maybe I should read them, but I think I read them in my initial playthrough. This vile concoction, this Compound X, it is the arterial blood of this horror. Boiled, it creates the steam to drive pistons. But here it is freezing and flows about the components to keep them cool. What? It was never mentioned that Compound X would be boiled to drive pistons. I kind of assumed that is just steam, water. Here it is freezing. Yes, it was mentioned that around the core of the facility, which this is kind of in the center, it's cooler. I thought that is because of the reactor, but why would you use Compound X? It's highly volatile. It can blow up. A light reacts with it, or it reacts if it is in direct light, so that doesn't sound like a good idea. What great process generates such heat that the machine must quench it with a cocktail of blood and effluent? I don't know. I don't know what. Are they making soup? Maybe. Maybe they are making soup. But this did not help me whatsoever. So here we have one straight passage and one staircase to the left. Question is, should I come here or should I not? I don't know. Ooh, oh, this is where I have to throw in the container. I remember this. Danger, Compound X. No naked flames, no unshielded electrics. Indeed, it's not a really stable thing. Also, this amount of Compound X would require an astonishing amount of VTi, and I'm pretty sure you know what that means. So this machinery is really an automated version of what Alexander was doing in the first game. And I guess an even bigger factory is the one we see in Rebirth, where in the Dark World those creatures pretty much created an entirely automated system to create VTi. They only needed that, so it was a pure form. Here VTi is mixed with something else, so it's not as sophisticated in a way, but still this much is unbelievable. Now I guess we have to do something here. Now I can actually go down there. I'm not sure why that's a good idea. Well, actually it is not a good idea, but I kinda have to look around. Really, I can come down here and there's nothing here. Are you joking? There should be 4 nodes here. I only found 1 so far. What is this game doing? Okay. Well, time to break things. Whoa! That's why railings are important. If they installed a railing here properly, I couldn't have done that. I would have needed to lift that drum and well, I don't think I could have done that. No, look. My short-term memory is not great, but I don't remember a waterfall here, like at all. And also I couldn't find 1 note in this entire freaking area. That's no good. Still can't go there. Still can't go there. I found 1 there. Oh, a net break is coming our way. Oh, we are partially submerged here now. Okay, that's a change. Oh, the water level really got high. Okay, maybe on these. Here. I mean, there could be one in between. Don't mind if I get rid of these. They are kind of in the way. Who knows? Maybe someone put a note. That, come on. What? Are you telling me I can't get it over the tiny freaking ledge? Mendes! Be a man for once. Okay. This is not working. Okay, let's try another one. Okay, maybe just move them out of the way. Why is it stuck? Okay. Oh, goodness. Yeah, as I said, without a railing this, or with a railing, this should have been impossible. Okay. Well, I don't think there's anything else here. Can I go up there somehow? I didn't see a ladder or something like that. And there's the ad. So you know what that means. Words. Now, I didn't add the new words from Wednesday just yet. But we have plenty of other ones. Entourage. Entourage is a group. A group of people who accompany one usually important or famous person. Now, originally I had a question about this word, and that was, is an entourage a group of people who accompany someone, or it's a person from a group who accompany someone? Why is that important? Well, you see, if it's just one person, then let's say if there are 3 people in the group, you would need to use a plural. Now, is there a plural? Great question. No, I looked it up, and yes, indeed, it has a plural form. Entourages, I'm assuming the pronunciation would be. However, as I looked through multiple dictionary entries, I realized that most of them describe an entourage as a group. So I think it's actually multiple people in an entourage. And let's say if there are 2 famous people, they both have a group with them, and so then you can use the plural. So it does have a plural form, but it's not used often because of the context. But let me actually check the dictionary entry for it, if I can write it down, because again, you might have guessed, it is from French. So indeed, it is described as one's attendants or associates, and that wasn't really a clear definition for me, but you might notice they are in plural. Attendants or associates. So always multiple people who follow one. And with that, go back to the game. Alright. I'm not sure about this, I have to say, because I haven't found a note here in this entire area, and I'm kind of going with the logic that there is a note in every area, and this kind of looks like its own little part of the map. I can't use these barrels. I'm pretty sure I can go down there. I could go down there, but I don't think it would be healthy. So let's blow some stuff up. No naked flames, no unshielded electrics. Why no naked flames? You want clotted flames? Ah. There we go. Oh, come on. Stop. Like that. Maybe I should leave. Oh! This area got flooded too. Also, I didn't blow it up. I just electrocuted the water. And it seems the poor piggy. Oh, poor piggy. So I had to flood the area first. Good to know. And now I am on the other side of the door that I couldn't get through. Anything here? I'm underneath the stairs. I'm underneath the stairs, but this is not Little Nightmares. Am I stuck? No, I'm not. Stop shaking. It's alright. There's no more electricity here. Oh, you poor creature. You're kind of adorable in your own way. Now, let's see. What is this? Pigline Central Operations. I kind of remember we messed with a similar control panel before. The spark plug, coolant pumps. What's that? Grip and removal, whatever that is. Tripery. Well, I guess we are just destroying everything. What can I interact with? Not that. Let's do something here. Coolant pumps. I'm sure this is okay. Oops. Is there something out there? Is that underwater, or it just looks blue because of the glass? I'm not sure. Well, let's turn this. Oh wait, this is the spark plug. Ah, that's fine. I mean, there is no one way to sabotage, right? Oh, that was a big one. I feel like fishing here. Oh, yeah. Let's see this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, there goes the glass. Oh no! Oh, that will be a lot of money to fix. No, I broke these because this is an area where we couldn't actually go. And I'm curious if you can actually get there if you don't mess with those controls. I don't think you could miss an area like that, but we'll see. Let's see. This is the main pig line, I think. Can we do something with this? Oh ho ho ho! Ooh! Oopsie daisy! And I think no, I can't even.
I know you, machine. I know what you fear. I will rain excrement into your very soul. I will destroy you.
You are too low, Commanders. My great works are almost begun.
First of all, that was a threat that is deeply disgusting. And second of all, yeah, the pigs are kind of already out. Wait, is that the big oh, wait a moment. No, I can see because of the flames. Lovely. That is a conveyor belt? Or a channel? Is that blood? Maybe that's the pig line? No, because the pig line was that way, not this way. Maybe it's an L shape. Who knows? Oh yeah, electricity. Give me more. Oh ho 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 ho. Okay. Nah. Let's see what we need to do next. You really are a natural when it comes to dancing. So this opened, okay. That way we had the... Oh, I can't go back. Alright, that's fine. That way we had the coolant part. And this is open now too. But I will check the other way first. What if I want to go back? Then the game tells you, no you don't. You know, it was worth a try. Going around and exploring in a game is a bit like asking out someone. What's the worst that can happen? They will tell you no. Right, now what do we have here? Ooh, blood! Oh, goodness, that's a lot of blood. What is this Little Nightmares music box song playing? Oh, goodness. Okay, lamp. Oh, piggies! Do you have a note for me? Oh, wait, you do have a note for me, sorry. Walking away from those temples, the small pile of stones under the rhododendrons. What? The skulls of innocents under the loose clod. Headless ribcages in the cool stone behind the altars, 3,000 miles apart. I trace back my life to this instance. Rain channels eroded in ancient stone. The toxins are already in this damp, this falling water. What are we talking about? So the temples, I think, would be the temples in Mexico. The small pile of stones under the rhododendrons, those... Aren't those the flowers Mendes had in his garden, under which he buried the servants, the children, the skulls of innocence under the loose cloth, headless ribcages in the cool stone behind the altars. So the skulls are of the servants in London. The headless ribcages in the cool stone behind the altars, those are in Mexico? 3,000 miles apart. Yes, I guess that's the idea. It's a bit tricky because the first sentence starts with Mexico and then goes to London. The second sentence starts with London and goes back to Mexico. Well, actually in the third sentence. I trace back my life to this instance. Rain channels eroded in ancient stone. So that is once again in Mexico. The toxins are already in this damp, this falling water. The rain. So the idea is that the rain carved into the ancient stone in Mexico, and the same rain falls in London, and that is already toxic and filthy. Maybe? I hack and reach and vomit into the sink and grasp the bowl with both hands and stare. That came out of me. I mean, no. There is the plug hole, as clear as day. A toy spine, clockwork and intricate, like a child's spine, but clockwork. I'm sorry, I'm confused. So he's vomiting into the sink. Okay, there is the plug hole. So far I'm following. As clear as day, a toy spine. How is a plug hole like a toy spine? Well, that's easier to clean, I think. The sink, yeah, that makes sense, but a toy spine, clockwork and intricate. Like a child's spine, but clockwork. So the clockwork idea is that it's like a machine, that is man-made. So a toy spine is like... Are we talking about a literal toy? Like a skeleton of some sort that was in the sink? How could that be? Well, that's the question. How could a child's spine be made like clockwork? I washed it carefully and placed it on the mantelpiece. So it is an item. But what is it doing in the sink? I don't think that Mendes ate a toy spine. That could be one of the things. But okay, he found it and he was fascinated that a child's spine is like clockwork. I guess that is because people replicated natural things. They created machines, in a way, based on biology. Because they saw parts of how a human being functioned, and they said, well, that works like this, let's make it in metal, and the same kind of physical principles will make it work. But okay, great, yeah. I watched it carefully and placed it on the mantelpiece. By the egg I laid myself. He said that he put the stone egg on the mantelpiece, so okay. Under the garden where the children's skulls are buried. You place it on the mantelpiece. By the egg you laid yourself. Under the garden. How what do you mean under the garden? So is this outside? Or you placed this thing on the mantelpiece, which is next to the garden. So the egg... Wait, he laid the egg under the garden. So the egg is more of a metaphorical thing? The killing of the children, is that the egg he laid? It's a concept that will hatch into a new world? I call it My Mexico. Yes, because it's following the same ideas. He talked about how those people believed that they have to sacrifice people and blood to prevent the sky from falling upon them. And in one of the notes he goes into this idea that maybe they were completely wrong, or maybe they just couldn't sacrifice enough blood to save their world. So he didn't take the falling sky literally. He thought that it was the destruction of their civilization or something like that. And so because their civilization failed, that means they couldn't sacrifice enough blood to save themselves and their world. But wow, I'm honestly not sure what this means. And this is the tricky part with these kind of games, and I know some people absolutely love them, and I don't say that it's bad. However, I do like a kind of definitive answer from a story. And with this game, when I played through it originally, I looked into it a bit more. I read the wiki page, I read forums, I watched videos and video essays and all those. Because it's one thing if I missed the note, if I forgot a detail or didn't put one and one together, or I couldn't figure it out. That's fine. Alright, I failed at that. But let's see if someone was able to put it together, and then I can understand. And most of the time what I found was the players came to the same conclusions as I did, and they had the same questions remaining as I still have. And with this note, for example, I am puzzled by what it means and why it is written in such a way. Is this written like this to show Mendes's madness? And it actually makes sense if you figure out what metaphors Mendes uses. If you figure out what Mexico meant to him, what the egg is supposed to mean, what the clockwork obsession is about. Or it's written like this as a writing style to make it cryptic and difficult to understand, because that is also a fair point. And in some of these walking simulator games where the story is the focal point of the experience, and it gets really philosophical in some games, I can respect that the developers, they wanted the text to be confusing and make players wonder. I'm okay with that. The problem is I cannot decide if this text is just a confusing mess and it is supposed to be that, or I should be finding some semblance of sense in it and I'm missing it. And that's the problem, because whatever I'm trying to read into it, it can mean a million things. And I read most of the notes this far. I'm missing like the 4, 6 of them, something like that. And I'm still confused. What happened to to Mendes? I mean, I'm still not 100% sure who the other Mendes is. And that is partially because how the story is written. And I do like this writing style in a way. It's just confusing if you don't have the necessary information. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. Popping in, I see. So the game is not explaining things to the player. It treats the player as if they are Mendes, which is logical. We play as Mendes, and we are kind of on the same level in the beginning, because he is suffering from amnesia, so he doesn't remember anything and we don't know anything. So that's a good start. However, during the conversations with the person on the phone, especially as things escalate, it becomes tricky, because the voice talks to Mendes as if Mendes already knows. I think he even says that, why are you asking where your children are? You already know. You just don't want to face it. You don't want to admit that. And you kind of have to guess in a way, because the character somewhere along the line, Mendes, he realizes certain things, he remembers certain things, but he doesn't announce that. And when the voice confronts him about certain past events, just based on the context and what the characters might be referring to, the player can guess what happened before the game even started. And it works in certain cases, but there's little confirmation, at least in my opinion. And that makes it tricky. I do like that the characters are not just laying out the story word by word. It's not one of those games where the character paraphrases every mission to remind the player, oh, this is what we are doing. That's great. And even when there is a conversation, sometimes they kind of make a logical leap and not directly answer to something, but think of what that means and reply with that. But it's tricky, partially because of the more difficult language of the game, but that might only be my problem, but also because the game never stops to really confirm things or to clean up the confusion. In most games, throughout the mystery, people keep guessing. They get different bits of information and that's that. But close to the end, the game kind of slows down and either has a character kind of explain what is happening to maybe the other characters and also the player, or there is a note or a journal or some kind of a document that explains things and confirms some of the suspicions of the players, or maybe just says, well, you were completely off. Maybe deny some of those ideas of the players, but at the end you kind of arrive to the conclusion. In this game, a lot is left to the imagination. I think that was the idea. I just don't like open-ended things. So I'm struggling to kind of gather some bits of information and come to a conclusion that is coherent and that I can imagine the developers wanted players to understand. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Most likely I'm overthinking it, but that is how I am. Thank you for the hug. Yes, just popping in. My right hand sits shaky the whole day and I have to finish a new art request. Oh, shaky the whole day? That's no good. How are you doing? I'm well, right now I'm being confused. Overall, I'm quite alright. Thank you for asking. I hope that your art request is going well, and maybe give your hand a bit of a rest. I think you draw with your right hand. Have you been drawing a lot? I don't know why my hand is shaky. That's concerning. Have you been doing a lot of physical activities lately? Lifting heavy? No, not drawing a lot. I see. But I do believe you are right-handed, so you do most things with your right hand. Gacha games mostly the last days. Oh, maybe you've been clicking a lot. That might be it. Getting all those spins, pulls and whatnot that those games have. I have no clue. I don't play those. I have no problem with people playing gacha games, but for me, I guess even their marketing is not targeted at me, because there is a newer gacha game that released recently, and I didn't hear about it whatsoever, but from one day to the next, I was flooded by ads about it everywhere, and just in the span of just a few days, I've seen so many ads of that one game that by the time it released, I wanted to do nothing with it. I was just happy that finally I got out of that ad hell, because the game released and I guess they stopped. So, as much as I understand that you want to advertise things so people see it, I think there is such a thing as too much advertisement. Because if you go on YouTube and every second video starts with the same ad for the same game, I think it really quickly goes from excitement to pure hatred. That's totally fine. If people don't play gacha games, I don't mind. I'm sure there is an appeal, especially because it is an ever-evolving story, and that is interesting, because every update, every story update is like a new season or a new episode in a series. So I get that. I don't particularly care about the gacha system because it's random chance and microtransactions, which I do not like. But as live service games, they are interesting. To me, they kind of feel the same-ish a bit, especially with the visual style, because they all have the kind of anime appeal. I don't even know if there's a gacha game that tries to be realistic with graphics, or going with some artful direction. All the ones I've seen kind of go with the same kind of anime, Japanese, Asian look, and I guess it's a bit like how every trend in gaming goes, that once there is a big game that becomes successful, all the other companies want to get in on the money, and they make something that is similar enough but is their own. And so with the gacha games, it's a similar visual design and the gacha system. With live service games, it's like battle royales, or were for a long time, and now I think it's extraction shooters, and what else is popular these days? I have no clue. Yeah, too much advertise is annoying. I get the "just leave me alone" thought. Yes, it's funny how that works, but then again, I understand the idea of advertisement to a certain degree, because there are games that release, and when I see that they are released somewhere, maybe the store page or something like that, I look at it and I go, I never heard about this title ever before. And maybe it's been in development for years, and maybe it had social media presence and had trailers, but I just completely missed it. So in a way, you want to bring attention to your game, definitely. And I'm kind of a don't want to say special case, but I'm the odd player, because I'm not really in communities where people talk about the games or something like that. So I won't hear about, oh, there's a new game that's coming out that's like this one we are playing, because I don't really play multiplayer games. But with that said, let's move on. This was number 2. I can see like this. And apparently, once again, it's too dark here, which is understandable, because it is bloody dark here. But also in my shop, it's too dark, so let me light a candle. Give me a moment. Light my candle. Oh, here it is. And we need a match stick. Also enough to give matches to Schmoozer. You know what happened last time. And we're back. Now, let's see the little piggies play. They're so adorable. I can't jump up on this darn thing to see them better. Oh, but matches are nice. Yeah, matches are indeed nice. They used to make little children's toys out of matchsticks without the burning tip, I do believe. I'm not sure what that is, but let's just not worry about that. Oh, they have little wallpapers too. That's nice. I won't start the same train of thought with this scene. I already talked about this, but you could see the pigs kind of playing, and that again brings up the question of why some of them act kind of childlike. Now, it could be explained that, look, this is a game, and some of them got that animation, so they might all be like that, or it's just specific ones. So it could be that they are all a bit childish, because their brains were altered during their transformation, which there are notes that mention that, even though not it wasn't said that their cognitive functions would be limited. It was said that the alterations were done to their frontal cortex, which is associated with emotions. And the explanation was that the game gave us that it helped the pigman survive the emotional toll of being transformed into such a creature. And even then, I think mirrors were kept away from them, and so they couldn't really see how they look like. But it also could be that some of the children were turned into these pigman named creatures too. We are still in the pig line. We are the pig. We are all the pig. Talk about yourself, alright? I'm not a pig, I'm a monster. What? I started going down and I got up. That never happened before. Okay, let's look down, I guess. Don't you hate it when you start going down and you miss the spot? can't use my lantern here, and it's mighty dark.
I am here again, at the foot of those stairs. Towards the red light of the nursery, sunset in the window like a bleeding sky, the horizon a slit throat, the seeping dark to drain the guilt from us. I am the jaguar-faced man. I am the feathered serpent. This priesthood is mine.
That's interesting, the feathered serpent, the jaguar-faced man. That kind of reminds me of Maya religion and culture, but I'm not sure. Also that mental image of the bleeding sky being the depiction of the sunset and the horizon, a slit throat, that is absolutely brilliant. I love it. That is really nice writing, especially when it comes to horror. Nah. Great. Great. I mean, where the heck do I go? Again. Oh. Oh, no, this is not the room. Thank you for the alert. This is not the room where we saw the large table where the pigman feast, because that had an open kind of ceiling. But that's interesting. Do we have a note here, maybe? A little hidden secret? Because this kind of looks like a secret. One of the few in the game. I love secrets, and I'm kind of pissed that these games don't have many.
I can meet him, your great engineer. How marvelous. I must say, Mr. Manders, my excitement is almost unseemly.
Yes, I can see that. Step this way, Professor. I will be right behind you.
Manders? Manders, where the devil are you? I can't see a damn thing. Manders! We are the pig, Professor. They are all the pig.
Indeed, we are the pig. Now this is interesting. This is the end of the recordings with the professor, except this is not a recording. And yes, Mendes killed the professor, but that seems like a machine, maybe the factory there. And that is a pig, a literal pig, whose heart was ripped out by a man wearing a big mask. So again, Mendes took this ancient religious idea and changed everything to pigs. And once again, we have more machines. Are these paintings? Because they kind of look like stained glass, but I don't think these are windows. Or maybe that's where the recording was played. Look, I'm still missing 2 notes and I'm becoming concerned. That is some thick blood right there. And I mean, that's a lot of blood right there. Oh, this is no good. Don't you dare, Mandus! I looked around everywhere and I'm still missing 2 notes. This is properly bad. Where the heck am I? Well, no going back now.
I climb in stillness now. Blue water runs in my veins, now I am clean. I carry the knife of this factory, the bowl of this mill. I am come to collect you from your fields and your furnaces. I will gather you into the white clouds. I will gather you to me, and I will take you home.
Well, that was an interesting monologue, let's just say that. Well, we only have one way to go, and that is, well, forwards. And I am so concerned here. I am so concerned here. I looked in every nook and cranny. I still don't know where the heck I am. Okay, what are those? Metal beams, okay. What? Okay, follow the blood! I think we're falling? We are not falling? Where are we? Oh. Oh, okay, so we fell out here. And this is some kind of a room, I think. Mendes! You could have really purchased a better freaking lamp, you know? Because this one is, well, terrible. Okay, so there we have the blood coming out. That's where we came from. And I kind of want to go around, but I have no clue what I'm looking at. Apparently I am walking. Am I? Am I walking? Are we getting closer to that? I think we are. Okay. Let's assume that this is where I have to go. Take a quick shower here. No? Yes? Maybe? No. No, I can't. I can go across here. No, I can't. Okay. That's strange, but fine. So maybe I need to go here into the other big nothingness. Okay, I think I went behind it. Kinda. Oh boy. There is a rather interesting article about how people who are buried by avalanches cannot figure out the directions where's up and down, and there's a neat little trick for that. But here I have to say I do not know where I'm looking at. Like, am I looking down or up or anywhere? I do not know. That's where I came from. That's the one thing I think I know. But even that I'm not 100% sure about. So let's try to... The problem is the wall is literally pitch black. So I cannot see what is the edge of the room or the map or whatever this place is. I can go behind this blood curtain. But no, I'm stuck behind it. It's some really, really massive blood. How the heck did I get through this last time? Pledge, 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 pledge. Okay, let's see here. Am I stuck on something? Can I jump? I think I can jump. So that's... Is that the edge of a platform there? Or that's the wall? Or there's a hole here? Oh wait, I can jump. If I jump, I can actually see where I am. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. So now I can actually see if I'm moving or not. So I can move to the side, but not much. So it's like a half circle here, I think. No? Anyone know where I am? I see so much nothing. It's frightening. Okay, there's some blood. And some more blood. Oh. I wanted to look around the edges of this place so I could maybe find a secret door or something, but to be honest, if the developers hid a door somewhere here, well, with all due respect, that would be rather cruel. Where the frick am I? And the problem is, I can just go in one way, right? Like, maybe the game just wants me to get absolutely lost. But I doubt it. I only had two kind of waypoints to follow. One was the spot where I came from. And the other one was the blood fall. It's like a waterfall, but with blood. And neither of them help. Will I be lost in this darn place forever? Great question. Really, Mendes, this lamp is a freaking joke. And the problem is, I'm not even sure if I'm making progress. Like, am I moving or just the blood flowing beneath me? No, I think I'm moving. Okay, let's turn around, look around, nothing. Oh boy. But here's a fun idea. If you make a sequence in a game, in a horror game, where it's completely pitch black, make it somewhat limited in size. Even though maybe this is limited in size and I'm just bouncing between walls, I wouldn't freaking know. Oh. What's that? What was that? There's a line. We found a line. What kind of a line is this? I don't know. Let's follow the line. Where in the am I? Oh my goodness. Someone was way too freaking happy with this place. Okay, staircase. What is this place? It's an island in a sea of blood or something? Is this where I'm supposed to go? I guess. Don't you dare tell me that I missed 2 notes. Because I will be upset. Well, an ad break is upon us. Goodness, I really did. Oh no. Where? Where? I looked everywhere. I don't know where I could have missed those. I mean, at this point I have to finish the game, but... Well, let's see what the game will do. Let's see. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. And while it's loading, let's take a sip of our tea.
Hear me, Mandus. My gears are adjust. My steam is built. Soon I will spill that blue water and split the egg, the atom, my soul, and there will be a very great burning that we might make the world clean. Be proud, for this is your doing. Until you steeped me in the blood of your own, I was nothing but rotten architecture. You have made me, and I will make the world anew.
Well, let's see. The next word on our list. Because an ad means a new word. Or 2. Eavesdrop. I think I already talked about that before, how the eaves are the part of the roof that overhang the actual building, and eavesdropping, when you listen to someone in secret, is actually about someone standing beneath the eaves, because from there you could hear the conversation taking place inside the building. A rather interesting bit of etymology. But let's look at another word. We already heard this one. Muse, or muse, I think the correct pronunciation is. Let me see. Muse. Yes. So muse it's a noun, at least how I added it. Its meaning is a noun, and it has 2 meanings that I want to mention. One is an inspiration for an artist most of the time, but it really is a source of inspiration. And the other one is a capitalized version, so the M is capitalized, and in that way, in that form, it refers to characters in ancient Greek mythology. No, like with everything in mythology, there are different versions, but one of the maybe more commonly accepted versions is that the Muses were 9 sisters, and I think they were goddesses of certain arts and songs and all kinds of different things. And I do believe that they were all the children of Zeus, to the surprise of absolutely no one. Because, as you might know, in Greek mythology, Zeus was a rather active participant of populating Olympus. Even though I'm not sure where the Muses resided, or where most of the gods resided in Greek mythology. Obviously there were many of them, but I think only the most important or powerful gods lived on actually Olympus. And once again we are losing frames. I don't like losing frames. What can I say? I am a bit too possessive about that. So let's give it a moment. Let's give it a moment. Maybe it will gather itself. Unfortunately, I can't really do much with it. I'm happy that so far it worked for 2 hours. I didn't really do anything recently that could affect my my internet, so I really don't know what the cause could be. It could be obviously a number of things, and as I told other streamers when they had internet troubles, as much as it is absolutely infuriating, it's one of the few things that you have no control over. But I already tried to change things as much as possible, and it's completely unpredictable. Okay, no, it's green. Green is good in this case, as in many other cases as well. So let's see. Let's give it a try. I really thought, I will be honest, that this stream will be shorter. I will super quickly get the remaining 6 notes. I will be all happy, and that's that. Instead, I am struggling with my internet connection, and maybe I missed 2 notes, and oh, I will be upset. I really do not know where I could have missed those. I looked around these areas and I did not find one. I mean, we found 2, but let's actually check. The one thing that it could be that this area is longer and there is a loading screen in between. Highly unlikely. So this is 12, a dozen, 24, 36, this is 40. So indeed I did not miscount, unfortunately. Okay. If you should find this. Now I'm not sure where this is. Maybe this is in Tesla 1. Maybe this is still the pig line. We'll see. 25th December 1899. If you should find this. Okay, so this is just a few days before the current time. If you should find this, then you already know all I would tell you. You already know what you have done and what you must now do. Walking away from those temples, the small pile of stones beneath the rhododendrons. The skulls of innocents under the loose cloth, headless rib cages cruelly torn asunder to expose their flowers. In the cold stone behind the altars, 3,000 miles away. This is pretty much the same words and phrases reused from the previous one. I trace my life to this instant. Rain channels and eroded in ancient stone, the toxins are already in this dam, this falling water. I couldn't encrypt it the first time around, so I'm not trying again. And in that instant, cradling my children's heads in my palms, I knew that I had to unbuild what I myself had constructed. Though even then it was little more than a sickening dream. This machine is ever mine, and it falls to me to redeem it and myself. So I guess this is when he kind of started to understand that this wasn't a good idea to build this machine. And so he is trying to redeem himself by destroying it. It still doesn't explain how or why he forgot about certain things. But I think I missed this one previously because the page is kind of glow. And this was placed right next to the only glowing thing around here, which has a similar color. So that's kind of evil on the developer's parts. So where the heck are we? Vacuum eviscerators. I remember this part. Just give me one more note here and I will be happy, because that means it's not the new area, it's an old one. And the 2 Tesla areas are yet to come, because otherwise I'm screwed. Am I screwed? I can't open these. You know, kind of excessive, these kind of doors. I mean, if you are working with vacuum, that kind of makes sense. Okay, I think this will be the boss fight.
Take my children. I, Mandus. Of all the blood we have spilled together, the first drops fell from your hands alone.
Then I am damned for Philistine. Everything is lost.
Ooh, filicide. Nice word. Give me a note. What's that sound? Okay, not going there. Not going there. Also, it's interesting that he says that the first blood he spilled, I thought the first blood he spilled was of the servants, and yes, those were children too, but not his own children. Piggy! Piggy, is there a note around here? I would be ever so grateful if you could tell me where. Why do I think that I'm screwed? I really don't want to replay this game, I have to admit. But it really seems like I will have to, but that will not be on stream. Nothing here. Okay, we have 2 ways to go. Because of course we have 2 ways to go. We can open that. And ooh, this is interesting. We can go here as well. I mean, there is a pig around here. Can I actually open this, or it's one of those closed parts? Mendes Processing Company, Orgone Distribution Tanks, Maintenance Access. I can open it. So if I have to go that way, then what is this way? Maybe a note? Give me one. What's the point of this place? Seriously, what the heck is the point of this place? There's nothing here. I mean, there could be something on the sides of these. Oh, piggy. That piggy? That's not a healthy piggy. At least I think. Okay, let's look at these. I'm not finding anything here, and that's concerning. I have a feeling this is Tesla 1 and not the pig line, which means that I missed 2 notes. I mean, still, I found ones that I missed last time. Definitely. But that's little. Hope for me in this case. Same thing. Do not expose to ultraviolets, contains VTi, danger. Oh! So it was ultraviolet light, not just any light. That's true, we had to use a special lamp. So this is partially Compound X as well? Piggy! Piggy is here. I'm looking around, all in vain. At least I'm pretty sure. Oh! Automatically opening door. Cool. Yes, we have the boss fight here, which is great because I still don't know exactly how this boss fight goes. Oh, piggy, 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 piggy! Ooh, 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 ooh. No, 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 no. What do I have to do? Oh, right, this. Piggy, 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 piggy! Oh, no, not that way. Okay. Oh, piggy is still there. Oh, shit. Run, Mendes, run! Grab the thing! Piggy, 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 piggy incoming! Oh. Are we alive? Hey, we are alive! Don't ask me what this fight is about, because I don't know. We are fighting an electric pig. Electrifying. And there is no note here. Because of course there isn't one. Yeah, last time I couldn't even get out of here for a while. I just couldn't figure out where to go. Okay, so I have to go that way, which means that I'm not. Classic. Yes, that's closed. That's a window. That's also a window. That does not seem to be penetrable. And that's where I came from. Those are brick walls. Okay. Now this is a place where I guess Mendes would have a... Oh, that's an interesting bit of machinery. Where Mendes would have some kind of a vision or something like that, but... Look, I'm looking around. Gravitic suppression south tower. A what? Why do you have so many fingers pointing at something? I'm sure your workers are not that stupid. Okay, what's the point of these places? It looks like there might be something here, but then you come in, you look around and there's nothing. Just messing with me. And that's the, yeah. So this is the next area. So I think this was Tesla 1. And then we have Tesla 2, which would mean we missed 2 in the big line. Your guess is as good as mine where we did that, or where I did that. The Aztecs believed they could avert the apocalypse through sacrifice. History tells us they failed. Their tragedy was simply that they could not spill enough blood in time. So indeed, that's something I mentioned before, how Mendes talked about this before. So I think that was Tesla 1. This will be Tesla 2. But with the pig line, the tricky part is that it constantly closes the areas behind you, and then you are kind of teleported to the next location.
Only to save you. Only to spare you. I would have given my soul to spare you this world and its loan.
Oh, welcome in, Akio. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? And also welcome in, raiders. I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror right now in the world of Amnesia, a machine for pigs. Now I know how tiring a long stream can be, so if any of you wonderful raiders, or of course the streamer, needs to raid and run, I more than understand. But if you have a moment, please do tell, how was the stream? You were playing Kingdom Hearts 3D Dream Drop Distance. I guess those are the 3Ds. Me, Gucci, bit tired though. You? I'm heartbroken right around now, for reasons. Pigs, indeed. I just defeated an electric pig. E2. You too. 3D's nuts. Freedom? Why, are they locked up? What crime did they commit? I always knew your nuts were up to go no good.
Children, what have I done? What have I become?
Mendes is kind of having a mental breakdown because he killed his children. Don't worry about him too much. Had to say it. Of course you had to say it. Why is this game so bloody dark? I understand the bloody part because, you know, butchery. We have the same mind, Dreddy. No, we do not. No. And that is probably for the better. Oh, look at that.
I will put it right, my darlings. All of my wrongs will be righted. All of my sins washed clean.
So as you can see, in this house lived a lion, an elephant, a monkey, what else? I think that's a giraffe. I'm not sure about the rest. But they all lived happily together. It was a big house. It's also kind of a dick move to put the elephant on the top floor. Just saying. And also the giraffe is in the doorway. Anyhow, kiss on ya butt cheek. What? Gonna lurk ya. Someone is in a mischievous mood. But thank you for the lurk and not so much for the kiss, I guess. Where the heck did I fall down to? Is this where I came? Wait, this is where I came from. So we are just going up on parallel platforms and you can just fall down. Okay, that's interesting. You see, I didn't notice because the place is so bloody dark. Okay, but now I go up where? No, where the heck am I? Oh, I had the idea maybe I could jump down, you know, on the pipe and go further, but now, no, they put a railing here just to mess with me. Where's my last note? At least find that. It's not a note, that is. Well, no trophy so far. 28 December. Memories. They surface like bloated bodies rising to the scum of the Thames. I looked at them, covered in the blood of their dead mother. Little piglets, squeaking in their swaddling, and my heart at once was filled with a great love and a consuming hate. I could have I could never have imagined. At that point, did my soul split, creating him? Was this the egg of my soul? You know, for someone who works with pigs, he is certainly obsessed with eggs. Maybe that's his big problem. He always wanted to work with chickens, but because the butchery was the family business, he was kind of forced into it. That's why he dislikes pigs. And maybe not chickens. I don't know, but these egg things are getting out of hand here. I guess egg kind of just means the creation of something. Because an egg is creating something. The moment the great clock began to tick is the only path to redemption, to join us together again, to make myself whole, to close the great circle and take that madman into my heart once more and forgive him and myself as well. So here it would mean that the other person, the person on the phone, is Mendes's other half. But there had to be something with an orb, I think. Was there something with an orb? I'm not sure at this point. But yeah, this is kind of the explanation at the end of the game. What all of this meant. But to me at least it's kind of incomplete. It's not really giving me the answers I'm looking for. Bless you, Red. Now, let's see, this was one. Tesla 2. I missed 2.
I love you, my darlings, and I am sorry. I am sorry for all I have done. I simply loved you all too much for this world.
So this idea of Mendes loving his children so much that he wanted to save them from this world is kind of an interesting idea. It sounds insane because it is, but as I always like to say,
Mendes, put aside your misguided crusade and let me save them. You may hate me, Mendes, but I have seen the future, your 20th century, and let me tell you this, a far greater slaughter awaits you there. I seek to save the world by blood now, before millions fall beneath history, pushed under by blade, bullet, and gas.
ooh, piggy. So it sounds insane because it is, but as I like to say, insanity has logic to it, and this idea kind of has some logic to it. So I kind of applaud the developers for this idea. No, it does not redeem Mendes in any way. It's just because he says, well, I killed them because I loved them so much. But as a story element, I think it's interesting. Now I'm still looking around just to look around, secretly hoping that I didn't get screwed. You know, a monster can dream. Closed, love it. Window. What was snarling like that, by the way? Because I think we already defeated that electric piggy. What is this place? goodness. Stay out. Oh, piggy! Oh, that's a different kind of piggy, because they kind of walking on all fours. So my question is, as much as they had electricity at the time, obviously, why did Mendes decide to build all of this underground? I mean, it is so freaking dark down here, you can barely see. Fuck you too. Dear game. Isn't this the same place where we were before? Uh-oh. Think it's time to run. Oh shit. Ow! Wrong way apparently. Apparently we did not defeat the electric piggy. Okay, so we are not going to the left. Why do I think it just leads to the same spot? Well, that's freaking great because I'm in a dead end. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, I'm just running like a maniac, trying to find my way out in a labyrinth that I can't see. Is this a dead end? Yes, it is. I do not like the green light. That means I'm screwed. Okay. Are we done? Stop closing. Are we done? Okay, I think we are done. Now normally you are just running through here, so I don't think we will find anything here, but still, let's take a look. Maybe there's a little secret here. I think I mentioned this during my Doom 3 playthrough, that I rather like when the developers hide their names in the game, because they deserve that recognition, that bit of fun. So they could have done something here like that. I think they kind of did in most games, especially horror games, when they need names for the game. They obviously use the developers' names, and one such area in horror games where that happens is graveyards, because you need names on the gravestones, and so many developers have their names in horror games on gravestones, which is kind of a morbid idea. But if you are working on horror games, I guess that's to be expected. I'm not finding anything here. Well, then I guess we just run back to that door and see what we have here. I still find this to be a bit of an overkill with the doors. Okay. Seriously, we're doing this again? Oh no, this is another place. Okay, I do remember this part vaguely. And I do remember how I was lost when I played it. This is quite something. Curved bricks. Okay, let's look around once again in pitch freaking darkness. Okay, we touched that. Don't ask me what that does because I have no clue. Man, just stop with the freaking blurry vision. Get a new prescription or something. Okay, we touched that. There's nothing here. Why is everything shaking? Okay, we touched that. Things are shaking. Was this the last one? I'm just going around again and again? Yeah.
Now, creature, I will destroy you.
Yeah, all that.
It is over. It is time to end this madness.
Nothing can end the madness now. Okay, so we have the top portion, but we also have this bottom portion, right? I think that's where I came from. Well, whatever it is, I can go there now. Okay, I think that's a window. That's another door. What's this? That's a door! I found the door! Goodness, I understand that this is a horror game and all, but you don't have to make everything so dark. I know Doom 3 was criticized heavily for being just too dark, but this is ridiculous.
The dry paper soul of the world.
Also, I couldn't look around on the top floor. Enoch, Edwin, Oswald, and I. So we couldn't find a note here, which implies that there isn't one here. All right. Let's see what we will have here. I did miss the top floor here. There were doors there, but I kind of assume that is where we have to go, and not to the bottom one.
Listen to your heart. You know you are with me. You created me to save the world. I am your friend.
Yes, I remember this part. But this is just the end. This is kind of the epilogue. So if I can...
I am no more evil than you. We sought the same thing, to save humanity, ridding them of their painful, stupid, pointless lives.
So if I can find a note here,
Stop. Think about what you are doing. For your
then
children.
great.
Do not speak of my children, monster.
I did not kill you.
Then that's great. Then that means there was one in the previous area. If I can't find one here, that means there were two in the pig line that I somehow managed to miss.
That is the vision we share. This coming nightmare. We are the same. Our souls are entangled. We deserve to make them free.
And also I'm not paying as much attention to the dialogue here I already played through the game. I already finished it on stream. I lost my lamp. Yeah, here's the pyramid that
I have stood knee-deep in mud and bone and filled my lungs with mustard gas. I have seen 2 brothers fall. I have lain with holy wars and copulated with the autumnal fallout. I have dug trenches for the refugees. I have murdered dissidents where the ground never thaws and starved the masses into pain. A child's shadow burnt into the brickwork. A house of skulls in the jungle. The innocent Manders trod and bled and gassed and starved and beaten and murdered and enslaved. This is your coming century. They will eat the Manders. They will make pigs of you all, and they will bury their snouts into your ribs, and they will eat your hearts.
quite a monologue, quite a summary of the 20th century.
Please, Manders, no. For your children.
I think this is where they created the pigmen. Oh, pigments. I didn't do anything yet. The screaming part starts here. Now, here's the thing. Really? Really? This is a really serious point in the game. This is the ending. You think this is the best time for a boop? You really truly believe that booping my nose is appropriate at this time? Yes. I do like your shamelessness. So here's my idea, because I unfortunately missed 2 notes. Don't ask me how the freak I did that. There is no going back in the game, unfortunately. The one thing I can try to do is this. Since I already finished the game, there is no point to finish it now. And I actually don't want to finish it now, because if I do, maybe the game will save that I finished it and then just throw me back into the beginning. But there is a good chance that I am not getting out of this the easy way, but it would be nice. So if we are in this mess, at least try to make the most out of it. And my idea of that is exit the game without saving, and maybe it will throw me back to where I started today, which would be lovely. Now, there is a chance that it saves in between with the checkpoints. That is highly likely. Thank you, viewers, for the lurk, and also for the quick exit, so I can stop the booping. I'm so evil. So my idea is exit the game, and hopefully it throws us back to the last time when I saved. If it saves with every checkpoint, then I'm already screwed. And that is the reason why I actually didn't exit right away when I noticed that we are leaving an area, because I couldn't go back. I was teleported to a new area, and if it saves, well, I'm already screwed, so it doesn't much matter. So let's do a hard exit, like it crashed. I did save things like this on PC before, when I wanted to go back with the saves, but I'm not sure if that can be done on PlayStation. I would say it is highly likely that it saves in between, and I made a silly mistake, which I did, but you know, it's worth a try. It's always worth a try. Because the problem is, I could replay the game again, right? Definitely I can do that. And apparently we at least have autosaves, I just realized that. So let's see if we could use one of these. Today is March 6th. The veil lifts, the bride is waiting. Mend is descending amongst the spirits. Enoch, Edwin, Esmond, and I. So I think it actually saved where I was. But we do have a load game system. Yay! Great for us. But this is where we started. Is this where we started? No, that was an hour ago. What's about the first 2 hours? Maybe this is the one I need. Let's try this. We should be right next to the elevator, and if yes, then we already know the location of 4 notes. We're only missing 2. Let's hope for the best. Now, I always said that this is tricky because there is no manual save, and that's true. It seems at least there is a autosave system, and it stores quite a large number of the saves, so you can go back. If you're playing without any guide, you might not be able to go back all the way to the beginning of the game, but I mean, if you want, you might as well start a new game, since if you load an earlier save, you will not be keeping your progress that you made since. So any of the notes you picked up, you will lose. Understandably, but it can help, so that's a nice touch from the developers. I do like that. Okay, so where the heck did we miss these notes? I'm looking for notes. Now here, I looked around here, I know that. Oh. And we looked around here as well. I did not find anything, unfortunately. There was one note here next to the actual pig line. I need to remember where it was. It was on which side? I think it was on this side and right here. on a box. Here it is. Okay, that's one. And this door I couldn't open. Okay, that's important. Retracing our steps here. Okay. So there is another note in this area that I found, and one or two that I actually missed. Now I was wondering if I can go down there, and that's why I initially didn't do this lamp part. But as it turned out, we will not blow this up, we flood the entire place. So what happens if I do this first and not mess with the water level? I guess the answer is nothing. If I go down there, I will just get eaten by a pig. Right. So this is not helpful to us. Ouch. Nothing. Press the button, Mendes. We are on a mission. We have to find the missing notes.
Will they be free?
Don't care.
Yes, my friend. Drained and bled and
Yes, I know.
free to ascend as smoke to the stars.
That's a button, not a note.
How will we save them?
Show me these worthy Mandus. Show me
Yes, I know. Shut up,
do not see them.
Mendes. Get glasses or something. His blurry vision is driving me insane. So we can never go that way, apparently. I'm curious because I activated the electric part before the water. Will it shock me now? That there could be a note on the side of one of these, right? That we could reach it. We could definitely reach it. I don't think I can jump down there. No surprise. Don't care, Mendes. Don't care. I kind of feel like there has to be a note somewhere here, because I didn't find one here before. But then again, it's so bloody dark. Alright. Come on, Mendes. We can do it. Together. You and I. Here? No. Think about what you are doing. I'm looking for a freaking note. There is one. Okay, I admit I did miss this, but I found it now. Then upstairs to bed. To toss and turn on bloated stomachs, to copulate and puke upon chaise lounge, four-poster or dressing table, collapse at last into the engulfing mattress, drunk and drugged and fat and stupid and senseless, and spring the trap. Men piggies, spring the trap. At a pull of her lever, a set of hydraulic pistons and gears are fired, resulting in 3 rolls of steel bars dropping from the ceiling via the canopy to cage the product into the bed. preventing escape. The entire bed is then tilted backwards into the bowl by a powerful spring mechanism, also fed by the hydraulics. The pressure for this system is created as a byproduct of the vacuum evisceration system employed for mess production elsewhere on the pig line. In this way, we have created our very own bottled revolution, for the movement of the masses is a casual factor in the extermination of the rich. And another ad is coming up, which means time to take a break. But hey, we found it. And that means, that indeed means, that we are only missing, I mean not missing, but we only lack the knowledge of the location of one note. Now it might be one that we found before, completely possible, but it's only one. And let's see this note, because I did not find this previously. Don't ask me how. But this indeed describes further how those parties worked. And actually it explains the cages around the beds that we saw in the beginning that were actually installed to prevent escapes. I will be honest, I had other ideas. You know, they could have been useful in other senses as well. But apparently it was for that. And once again we are dropping frames. Well, let's jump here for the moment, and let's give it a moment. We dropped a lot of frames there. I didn't notice, which is not good. It is not good. And here's the thing. I really want to finish this game today. And I mean, again, we're only missing one note, or knowing where one of the notes are. So I would love to finish it. But because of my internet, I'm really not sure if I should push it. Because as much as it would be really fun for me to finish this, get the trophy and all that, I don't think it would be really fun to watch it with 2 FPS. That would probably be a bit less enjoyable than I'd like. So I might call this stream earlier than I'd like, and we will return to this game sometime later and actually continue it from where we left off, not now but previously. So we will pick up these missing 6 notes, even though we did make some progress during today's stream. We found some of the missing notes, so we know where they are. And I also got to talk about my thoughts about some of them. But for now, I think my internet wants to give me a sudden hint that the day is not the day for this. And sometimes that happens. It's annoying. Indeed, it is annoying. But thing is, I can't really do anything with it. I already tried a number of different things. So I will give it a moment. If it can crawl back from the grave. It's also kind of funny that it happens every hour. So last time my internet kind of dropped during the ad break, and then we have the next ad break and it drops again. So my internet is like, oh, an ad break is coming up, so I can go on break as well, which is not how it works. I'm sorry, but on a live stream, the internet has no breaks. I know it's a demanding job, but it's a live stream, so kind of requires internet. But let's look at a word while we wait on the internet. Entourage again? No, actually, that brings up something that I wanted to talk about. During one of my recent streams, I got the same word twice in a row, and I said, "What are the chances of that happening?" And I said that is super rare that I would get the same word twice, especially because I have quite a lot of words on my list. But then I started thinking about this, and I realized maybe I'm wrong. Because here's the thing. If I have, let's say, 100 words on my list, well, getting a word is 1 out of 100, right? It's a 1% chance that I get that word, like entourage, right? And then, because that is not taken out of the possibilities, once again, I have 100 words that my chatbot randomly picks from, and that's 1% chance. Now, because they happen right after each other, that means that's 100 times 100. So that's 1 in 10,000. Or, if I'm not mistaken, that is 0.01% chance that we would get entourage twice in a row. That's pretty rare. But then I realized something, and I'm not good with probability calculations, and they are tricky. And I think I made a slight mistake with this calculation as well. Because you see, the first time when the computer picks a random word, I said it's 1 out of 100. But that's only true if I specifically want this word. So the chance of entourage being pulled twice in a row from 100 words is indeed 0.0%, or 1 in 10,000. But I didn't say that it's super rare that I got this specific word. I said or made the assumption that getting the same word twice in a row is rare. But for that to be true, we have to think differently. You see, the first time the computer pulls out a word, it can be anything. It's not 1 out of 100 chance. Indeed, it is 1 word out of 100 on the list, but it can be any of them. So, because we don't care which one it is, it's pretty much 100% chance we will get a word. Now, after that happens, the second time, that's different, because we already have a specific word, right? And we have to pull that again. So for the second word, it is indeed 1 in 100, because we already established which word we want. That being the case, if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, the chances of the same word coming up twice in a row, if it can be any word from a list of 100 words, is actually 1%. Because the first one can be whatever, and the second one can only be 1 from 100. The same one. So it's not as rare as I actually thought. When I originally thought about it, I was way off with 0.01%. It's not. It's just 1%. And that is fascinating to me. That when it comes to probability, it's just so confusing to me. It's the same kind of mathematics, right? It's multiplication, simple mathematical equations, not even equations. They are just simple calculations. But I guess the information is just confusing about it, because you have to think about the situation, and that puts me off. So indeed, it's not as rare that it happens, and indeed it happened multiple times on my stream. Now, I wouldn't say it happened 1% of the time, a bit more, but it's a tricky thing, especially because probability and randomness is tricky when it comes to human perception. I think it was on iTunes that Apple had to create a fake sense of randomness. I'm not sure about it. I heard it once that what happened, they had iTunes and they had a random feature, right? Like a shuffle from a playlist. And people reported that it's not working because they get songs from the same genre after one another, or from the same artist, or from the same year. And as it turned out, the program was perfect. It was indeed random. It just drew a random number or generated a random number from the number of songs on the playlist. However, people started to see patterns in it. The same artist, or the same genre, or the same year, or something, when it was entirely random. So what Apple had to do is they had to create actually a rigged system that was random. Its base was random, But then they added exceptions. So if the random number corresponded to a song that was from the same artist as the previous one, it would, I'm assuming this is how they did it, it would generate a new number. I'm not sure how they exactly worked it out, that's just how I think. But what they did, they had to create this fake kind of system that looked for these patterns within the random to make it not truly random, but feel as if it was. And I'm really amazed at how people can find patterns in really whatever. And that makes sense because humans are good with pattern recognition. They are extremely good. And it's understandable. It's the same kind of logic as when people see faces in random things, like the face that you can see on the moon, because people evolved to recognize faces. And so it makes perfect sense that whatever that remotely looks like a face, people will notice it, whereas maybe a machine would not, because that is just random garbage and you're making it up. But let's go back, because apparently my internet decided to work. Thank you, internet. So this is a rather interesting one about how the parties worked, and also how animated the system, not animated, automated the system was, because when we were in the mansion, I kind of assumed that when people fell asleep, they dragged them to the factory through the secret doors and walls and all that. And there were some blood stains here and there and trails of blood. But apparently they built entire hydraulic systems into the beds, the cages and everything. I was a bit confused about the cages. Fair enough. I didn't fully understand why people wanted to sleep in a bed with a cage around it. Especially because this sounded like more of like a feast, but I just assumed it was one of those kind of parties. Apparently it wasn't, so the cages were lowered after the people got drunk and drugged, and it was only Mendes who woke up in one of those in the beginning of the game. I guess he didn't really care about the cage being there because, well, he knew what they were for, and as I said, it keeps the oversized mosquitoes out, so it makes sense. But with that, we found another note, and we are only missing one. Let's go. October 27th, this was 1899. Months ago. No then. Actually, I almost forgot. Tea. Absolutely refreshing. I don't know why. Why, especially in a game that takes place in London, what is it about wine all of the time? Give me some tea. That would only be proper. And also tasty. Oops. My controller decided to lose connection. Here it goes! Okay. Let's try. Maybe this time it will work. I know last time I managed to push two of them down. But I think I did it here. I think I was able to make one fall down the ladder. Also, I'm still finding this ladder to be slightly suspicious. Oh! There he goes! Haha! Okay, let's try. Come on. You just have to find the right angle. That's all. That's all it is. Oh, tip them over. Come on, come on, come on. Also, try not to walk down yourself. Would be kind of, you know, embarrassing. Oh, come on. Don't do that with me. With the last one. Oh, you little... Oh, you think you are special? Oh. Okay. We need a bit of momentum, that's all. Oh, yes! That in itself could have been a trophy. But it wasn't. Okay, so is there something down here? Because once again, this place looks awfully suspicious. I know we found a note upstairs. I do remember, yes. But it's like, why is this place here then? This game is filled with these kind of rooms and areas where it's like, why did the developers put this here? I know they were up to no good. Mendes, up, not down. Alrighty. Well, we got through here. I also really like how the lamp goes back and forth in Mendes's hand. You can see it has kind of a simple physics with the momentum. Okay, we are a bit submerged, no trouble. I almost thought that was a note. Oh, look at those sweet parkour moves. Why is that down? Come on. Poor piggy. That's an interesting handle, I have to say. Now this is now submerged, right? Yep. Come on, you. Good. But it needs a moment to kind of charge up, and then you see how the electricity flows there. Again, nice tiny details from the developers, how you need to wait here for a moment. And also, I guess, why they decided that the lamp kind of resets if you leave is so you have to do the interaction here and you can hear the pig die, the poor creature. Okay, now let's actually start with this. Come on, you. Okay, so that wasn't enough. Okay, then I'm just gonna turn these to the right. You know, they really should have installed some safety system. Oh, that hurt. Okay, so let's do this one. Maybe this one. Ow! Okay, I think we did enough. But there could be a note here, you know.
I know what you fear. I will rain excrement into your very soul. I will destroy you.
You are too late, Landers. My great works are almost begun.
No, nothing here. Okay, so we're not completely screwed, but we partially are. So this way, this is closed, right? The question is, where is the third or fourth note? I say it third or fourth because I don't know the proper order. Could be on the ground. Yeah, here's one. So this might be the third. We already found this. I cannot go in there. Is that Piggy's laying down? Or lying down? Laying down is different. Has a different meaning. I always like to confuse them, however. Okay, so we found notes here, kind of evenly spaced. Do I want to jump? Oh, fuck it. You live once. And if you do these kind of things, you surely only will live once. Which will be short. Painful. And filled with fractured legs.
At the foot of those stairs, towards the red light of the nursery, sunset in the window like a bleeding sky, the horizon a slit throat, the seeping dark to drain the guilt from us. I am the jaguar-faced man. I am the feathered serpent. This priesthood is...
Oh goodness, Mendes! Stop with the insane talk. Okay, so I went that way and didn't find anything.
I can meet him, your great engineer. How marvelous.
Oh, this thing,
My
right.
excitement is almost unseen.
Yes, I can see that. Step this way, Professor. I will be right behind you.
I actually don't know where he killed him. I would be curious.
Landers, where the devil are you? I can't see a damn thing. Landers!
I'm curious what happened there.
They are all the pig.
Yes, we are all pigs. In the slaughterhouse called the world. Okay, I will not go that way. I will look around here. Now I'm mostly looking at the walls. So let's look at the ground. Because yes, I can absolutely see myself walking literally over a note. Wouldn't be the first time. There's the last note. I wonder, where can it be hiding? It could be here. It's such a good hiding spot. But I even checked the ground. I checked on the other side there. Maybe stand up. Can I stand up? Stand up, Mendes! What, there's plenty of room here, Mendes. You can stand up. You can't? Okay, you can't. Understood. Nothing here. This This is one of those secrets that is just there so you can see a pig. Which makes sense because it's not often that you can actually see them. But that's that. I'm wondering where the heck this place can be. The last note. I will not give up. Absolutely not. Once again, we made some progress, and that would suggest to me there has to be a note somewhere. Again, maybe on the ground. On the wall. In the blood. Can't really see too far on that side, but I don't think that's where. Okay, we get teleported there, so we are not going in there. You stay there, kids. So we are missing one note in this area. The question is, where in the holy fuck is it? I don't think it's in the beginning. We got one there next to the pigs, so it's likely not there. We also got two in the beginning in different parts. So maybe it's here on the ground. Didn't really check the ground. Fair enough. No, it's not on the ground, that's a pipe. Not on the pipe. This is tricky, I have to say. Finding the notes in the first Amnesia was much easier. Especially because only like one of them was missable. Really missable, I mean. Hey! Do you have a note? Don't think so. Where in the heck can that note be? I found 38 of them. I know the location of 43. And one is making a fool out of me. Okay, well, let's go back. I will not give up. No. Not happening. It is true that I cannot go fully back, but I can go kinda back. It's not there. Not in the pile of whatever that is. Not in this pile of whatever this is. Underneath the staircase. No, this is still not Little Nightmares. You know, it's really rather difficult to see in the dark. Okay, maybe on the wall. It could be on the wall, right? We found plenty of notes on the walls. I don't know how they stick to the wall, but they do. These are sticky walls. I'm pretty sure sticky notes were not invented yet in 1899. But then again, who knows? I looked at these tunnels before. I looked here too, but why not? We did not find a note in this room. No, it could be, it very well could be that there is a note here underneath the water. But if we come here before we shug the piggy, well, we get shugged. My idea was, even if I flood this place, I will see the note underneath the surface of the water. That's not a note. No, that's a small fire. No, 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 I cannot go there. So even though there is a door there, and I think there's a box there, I don't think we can actually make it to that area. That is all just for theatrics. Ooh. I mean, someone could walk on those pipes if this was doom-free, but it isn't. I really see nothing here. No, there was another door. We cannot open this. There was another door, I think, here that never opened. But apparently it did, and I was a moron and missed it. And waste not, want not. For here the assorted slop and innards are sifted and sorted, and enter the world through more channels and means than one could possibly conceive. The product passes by this section of the engine and is driven through the blade, splitting it into two sections, ready for the butcher's block. And in the interim, it is kept in our freezer bays under the house, and the heat produced naturally by the refrigeration process feeds into the pipes and crannies of these rooms, and is the very reason, my dear friend, that we can sit here in shirts and waistcoats, but no jackets, on a freezing winter's night, without a fire in the grate, and discuss our great enterprise. The warmth in our bellies and toes may be attributed directly to those bellies and toes even now passing through steam, fire, and blade beneath our feet. So this is interesting. This is once again an example of how Mendes or his many engineers made the entire factory so intertwined, using pretty much everything that they create. Every kind of side product is used. If they create heat with the freezing, they use that to heat something up. In this case, it seems the actual building. But then again, even the conveyor belt, I think its movement was winding up springs that control the blades for the butchering of the animals. So in a way, it is fascinatingly complex and clever. The thing is, however, for me at least, is who was really this engineer? We hear the professor actually ask about who this was and how he would like to meet that person, and maybe that person doesn't exist. Maybe that really was just Mendes, or the demented, insane part of Mendes. But still, it means that Mendes was a profoundly smart person. The part that is concerning is obviously how he went mad, but it's also confusing to me to a certain degree, because we know that he built at least most of this factory after he went to Mexico. So if he was so smart, why didn't he do it before? It could be that he didn't have the drive to do it, in a way, and after he lost his wife, he just buried himself in work, and felt like that he can make a difference by that. But it's still odd to me that he built all of this, and it might be that those visions helped him, those visions that he had in Mexico. And now that we read, I think, all of the notes, I don't think that that it was ever really confirmed how much of the factory's idea he got from visions or his insane side, and how much of it was him, or if he really had any engineers or actual workers build this factory. I'm confused about that, because we only hear about the pigs working there, and I understand that he started creating them, but it's hard for me to believe that he built even just a part of the factory alone, so he could even start working on the man pigs. It's kind of unrealistic to me a bit, but again, it's not that the story doesn't make sense, it's more that it doesn't explain it. So I'm not saying that it's impossible. Maybe I'm just not seeing the subtle hints that explain how it is. it could be that he had workers and then he either fired them or turned them into man-pigs. That would be a tremendous thing to do. And we know that children actually worked in the factory. Also, we know that the truck drivers are still highly likely to be humans. So maybe even to this day there are human workers here. But there was that one mention of how he wouldn't hire from the poor, which wasn't necessarily explained, because he gave the explanation that the workers in his factory are specialized and they are trained. And I thought it was a kind of half lie, and it was referencing or implying that the pigmen are working there. But maybe I am completely wrong, and he really had specially trained people working there. That's what I mean by a lot of the details are left for interpretation, for your head canons, I think is the right word. I mean, you're never really wrong in a way. So perhaps that was the goal, that you take the ideas however you wish, and you interpret this work of art. The only thing is, I feel like that such a way of perceiving art is more common with paintings and maybe more abstract works of art, and not necessarily video games. But it brings up a good point that video games can be works of art. Many of them are. You can argue that all of them are. And they can be as complex and thought-provoking and confusing with a number of interpretations as all the other types of art. So I guess it is working because I'm still confused and I'm still trying to figure it out and talk about it. And with a game, with a simple story that is just handed to you, I would definitely not be coming up with my assumptions and ideas live on stream. But here it is. So indeed, I guess the developers got that one right, that video games can be a work of art, and you have your own way of understanding it and your own interpretations, and your takeaway. And they can be just as complicated. So let's see. Now that we found the fourth note here. And actually the last one that we were missing. But we didn't get the trophy, which brings up a good question. That one being why? And here's something I mentioned before. We should be at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 42. Yes. So one thing that I mentioned before is how I'm not sure if the game remembers which notes we found before in other playthroughs and which ones we didn't. No, it is true that we kind of went back in time here. Let's not forget. So today I picked up 2 additional notes, but I then loaded back a previous save file. So we have 2 missing notes, but did I pick those up in my initial playthrough? That's the big question. Now I don't fully remember, but I know where they were, so I can just run through the rest of this map. Wow, that's how you break your fall. Find something to fall on that's not as deep, like a pipe. What am I stuck on? Yeah, I see there is a ledge there. Mendes! Mendes. If you're looking down, you can't cross, but if you're looking up, you can. Wow. It's a good thing that you don't drive, because oh my goodness, you would be a terrible driver. You'd be the kind of driver who looks to the right and goes to the right. Which is, you know, terrifying. There are a few kind of invisible things that I got stuck on here and there. So it's not the first time it happens. I'm not necessarily sure why. For example, with the cooling area, when I had to throw those drums, well, officially only one drum, between the gears, they kind of got stuck on nothing, and so I had to move them around, which is rather odd. But that's fine. Let me check just in case I didn't mess something up. Okay, I don't think we did. Time to go. Children! Oh no! The children are pointing at me! Oh goodness. Oh no, the bloody dark part is... Oh, I don't want to do that again. Oh no. Okay. Okay, we can do this.
I climb in stillness now. Blue water runs in my veins now. I am free.
That's not good.
I carry the knife of this factory, the bowl of this mill. I am come to collect you from your fields and your furnaces. I will gather you into the white clouds. I will gather you to me, and I will take you home.
I thought I already fell down. I didn't? What is happening? Oh, this is a part of the wall. Alright. My new strategy, I'm just going forward. Okay, now I'm in the blood, and I will just go forward. Seriously, it was just there? I was walking around here for 10 minutes. You pesky developers! Wow. That was rude. Okay, now we just have to get the notes from the 2 Tesla areas. Well, we kind of hit a small roadblock there, but nothing too major. I did find those freaking notes after all. So let's pick up the 2 last ones. We know where they are. One is on the ground next to the teddy bear. One is on the frame of the map. Now I'm pretty sure I did pick up the one next to the teddy bear in my original playthrough. The one on the frame of the map, I might have not.
Soon I will spill that blue water and split the egg, the atom, my soul, and there will be a very great burning that we might make the world clean. Be proud, for this is your doing. Until you steeped me in the blood of your own, I was nothing but rotten architecture. You have made me, and I will make the world anew.
Now this is interesting because he kind of talks about a nuclear bomb. I think the blue water, the splitting of the atom. Though he again mentions the splitting of the egg and his soul, which is I still don't know what those mean. But he says that this means that there will be a big burning and this will clean the world. So he could be working on that since we saw a kind of reactor. Okay, in theory, if the game remembers my first playthrough, this is the last node I'm missing. Apparently not. Okay, in that case, we have to go to Tesla 2 and get the last node from there. So let's go. I have no time to waste, Piggy. I'm sorry. I think the boss fight is here, right? Not this way, this way.
Why did you take my children?
I don't care about the melodrama. Had enough of that.
Spilled together. The first drops fell from your hands.
Yes, yes, yeah. Oh, this way. Going to the left, even... No, we're not going to the left, we're going to the right, my bad. Ow! Forgot about this ladder. Right, this is the place that made no sense, even though I looked all over it. Freaking. But this last note that I missed, it was cleverly placed, I have to give it to them. Oh, this is the right one, okay. Is this where I go? No, that's not where I go. Where do I go? Here? Thank you. So you're going to the left. No, I'm not going to the left. Oh, this is not the running sequence yet. Right. Open up. Right. You have to defeat one last piggy. Here we go. Alright, piggy. I have no time for this. I'm here for my trophy. Ha ha. Ow! I already got one. You can stop. Okay, maybe you can. Just for momentarily. Oh, goodness, Mendes. Ha ha, piggy. I got you. Ha 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 ha. No pig can touch me. Bites are not considered touches, right? Because I do think he kinda sort of bit me in the butt. But only once! Ha ha ha! Now where the heck do I have to go? This is not where I need to go. I think the door was somewhere. Where the heck was it? Not here. Oh, come on, it's no time to get lost in this. Not here, not here. That's a door. That's the door. Mahahaha. Okay, so we already have the note from this area, which means that I went right past the door again, right? Of course I did. Okay, one down. That was Tesla 1, and now we just have to get the one in Tesla 2. Come on. I can feel the trophy. I can feel its taste in my mouth. You might be wondering, what does a trophy taste like? It's difficult to explain. But it tastes like victory. And oh my goodness, it took a long time. Okay, come on. Not here?
Only to spare you. I would have given my soul to spare you this world and its loan.
No, not here, not here, not here. Later on. Where do I have to go up? Should be a ladder here. Oh, here it is. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ow! What happened? Probably nothing, that's fine. Wait a moment. Oh, I slipped down. I just couldn't see because it was too dark. You know, again, I understand that it's a horror game and it's supposed to be dark. But this is a bit over the top. No, that's the toy.
I will put it right, my darlings. All of my wrongs will be righted. My
Wait.
sins washed clean.
Wait, where the heck is the... I know the teddy bear was here. This is the beginning. Okay. That's not, that's a toy block. That's another building block. More building blocks. Here's the house. Is it the other way? It was on this wooden board part, wasn't it? No, that's a pipe. It couldn't be higher. If I go higher, that part has the railing again. I don't remember that being part of the scene. Did I mention that my short distance memory is not especially great? It wasn't in here. No, it was with the wooden part. I do remember that. Oh, really? An ad break now? Alright, Beat. Beat, we can wait a moment. Let's look at a word. Come on. Consent! Oh yes, I did talk about that before. That is an archaic word, a noun that means harmony. But I think I discussed it pretty thoroughly before, so I can't really add much to that. The only thing is it is pronounced the same way as consent, written with a C instead of an S, which is the noun you might be familiar with nowadays. What else do we have? Give me another word. Hello? Hello? Apparently even my bot is broken. Capital name. That's a nice one. I actually learned about that word recently. And it's a category, it's a type of word. A capital is a word. My assumption is that it has to be a noun for logical reasons, but you will see why. A capital name is a word that changes its meaning if it's written with a capital letter. So if its first letter is capitalized, then it means something else. It mostly becomes a proper noun. And I'm really thinking about an example of that, which was, goodness, May and May. Those are capital names, or rather May is a capital name. If you write it with a capital letter, it's the name of one of the months, and if you write it with lowercase letters, then it is a modal verb, I do believe it is called. Let me quickly check that. Yes, it is. But there are many different ones. Now, it is interesting that, as far as I know, there is no rule about whether or not these words also change their pronunciation when you capitalize them. Most of them don't. There are a few rare examples where just because you capitalize the first letter of a word, it also changes its pronunciation. But I will have to look up more examples of them. I know there are 2 months that are capital names. May is one, the other one is March. March being the month, and then the marching, the verb actually. So, well, March is both a noun and a verb. So I guess I stand corrected that they don't necessarily need to be nouns, but this one is also a noun. Now, where were we? I know where we were. Being lost in the darkness. Oh yes, okay. So this is the first floor, but it's not here. Okay. Noted. Oops. Now, second floor. It's apparently not on the second floor either, which would mean that it has to be up here. And I misremembered it once again. Not that way, because that's blocked. Where's that darn teddy bear? Okay, so this is the last note in the game. This is note number 44. Now I'm pretty sure that I collected this during my initial playthrough, given that it's kind of in the middle of the way. But then again, it wouldn't be the first collectible that I pretty much walked over. So do I get the trophy now? Yes! Master Archivist. 44 notes in Amnesia: The Dark Descent. 9 notes in Amnesia: Justin, and 44 notes in Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs. 97 notes scattered across 3 games, but we got it. This trophy was by far the most time consuming in this Amnesia collection, I have to say. Originally I was more concerned about finding all of the Tinder boxes in the first game, but to be perfectly honest, I think this was more tedious or time consuming. I'm not sure what the right word is here, but maybe that is partially because I personally enjoy the first game over this one. But I am still happy that I played through this game again, and I got to read all of the notes, because they certainly add to the story, which is a great thing, especially in the case of this game, because it's still rather confusing to me. It's a complex story which is rather cryptically told. But indeed, here we are, 12, 12, 12, making 36, and here 8. Wonderful. I think they are mostly in order of how you can pick them up, but again, they are definitely not in chronological order. If you look at them, they are kind of all over the place. But it does seem like that you have to pick up all of the notes in a playthrough for this trophy to count. No, I'm not saying that I'm 100% sure about that, but I think I already picked this note up originally. So, with that said, it is time to save and exit. Yes! So, indeed, we do not have to finish the game for this. And it was also interesting how the game saved when we picked up the last trophy. So, it seems like the game actually counts the notes you pick up, but I think it restarts the count with every playthrough. So let's see what we got. As always, I have to load another game, especially with my internet issues. I don't think PlayStation can quickly update things. I might need an upgrade. That's true. Oh, come on. I got my trophy. You cannot stop me now. Now, in theory, we have 20 out of the 23 trophies in this game. Thank you. There it is. Master Archivist. 95% we are at 95% and 98 in the collection. Now the missing trophies, the 3 missing trophies, one is in the Amnesia collection, which I do not know. One is the platinum of the Amnesia collection, and the hard mode only has one, which is a hidden one. I think it's actually just finishing the game on hard mode, which is completely different. I think it was added as an update, and that's why it's not part of the main trophy list. But let's see what we got here. It seems it will take a moment for it to load, but here it is. It's a gold trophy. Read all notes in all games. Extremely rare, 0.6%. Interestingly, picking up all the tinderboxes is slightly rarer. It's still 0.6. But it's a bit rarer in theory. This was the last one, indeed, in Machine for Pigs. And there is a beautiful icon of an old tome with a gilded frame, as the frames of the trophies in this game are the color of their rarity, such as here. It's a gold one. This one is also a gold. This is a silver, as you can see. Now what is interesting here, this frame is different. So every game had a different frame for the trophies. The first one had this. You can see the little lines in the corners and the dots. So it looks like the frame is made out of 5 parts. 4 parts. My bad. The 5th is the image. No, Justin was this. It has a little decorations in the corner. Let me show you here. It's a bit tiny, but you might be able to see it. It has a bit of filigree there. And a machine for pigs had this style with these metallic bars of sorts, and this is actually a gold one. This is a silver. Not all of them have all the rarities. I think there is no bronze one for Justin, but this one is unique. This one is a 4th style, and that kind of makes sense because this trophy doesn't belong to any specific game. It kind of encompasses them all. Then we have Insanity, which will be a similar one, so maybe it will have the same style with these wave patterns and the dots in the middle. But I am indeed really, really happy that I got this trophy, even if it doesn't like to load here. Now it does. And we will try to get that platinum maybe soon, and then even go for the hard playthrough one day. But for now, I think we did enough in Amnesia. So I will have to look for some other game. But for the time being, I thank you for joining me today, even though there were a few technical issues here and there. I greatly appreciate you keeping me company in the chat and joining for this semi-finale of my Amnesia collection streams. We spent a lot of time in these 3 games, and I still have to say that that the first 2 are the ones I prefer. If I really had to choose, I think I would pick Justin as my favorite, which is a DLC of the Dark Descent. So if you want to be nitpicky, then I guess I would choose the original Dark Descent as my favorite out of this collection when it comes to full games. But we obviously have Rebirth as well, and that's a trickier comparison there. But that's for another day. For today, I thank you for joining me once again. Thank you for keeping me company, and I'm just repeating myself here. Today we are going to Raid Repo VT, the artist behind this wonderful VTuber model you can see I'm using, because they are having a special stream, it seems. So please say hello to Repo, because if I'm not mistaken, their special streams occasion is actually a birthday. So please go and say hello and wish happy birthday to Repo VT, and maybe follow them for some gaming streams and some wonderful art, such as my model. But for today, I thank you for tuning in. I will be back next week. I'm not sure with what. My schedule is still kind of up in the air, but I will post it during the weekend. For now, have a great day, a wonderful evening, and as always, good night.